Oh shit. I fucking hate Plus. Plus can fuck you over when the last second.
Why does my enemy still stand? Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the Hammer of Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the Shield of Light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Okay, so this is going to be, it's already to the point where it's already going to be a pretty lengthy queue. Okay, I might as well just then start on the... Yeah, I was wondering if I would be able to... Because the MSQ roulette was actually pretty relatively short. So I was wondering if the other ones would be short too. But it seems like not. Let's see. This is DPS less than 5 minutes. Dang. Should I go in as DPS or should I just try Summoner? I mean, Scholar. Like, it's still less than 5 minutes, but this will probably be instant. I would assume. Yeah, so. Okay. Whatever, let's heal. Last time it was the other way around because we got Sage as a healer, so my actual DPS queues were slightly faster. So like I would actually be Summoner instead of Scholar, just because there were just a bunch of people running the new Sage. So. If he was the one on the back foot following us, then how did he get ahead of us?
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems.
I was flying up to get stuff. Oh, I see. We took two boats. I thought everyone was on the one boat. I thought that was going to be like Koana was going to appear and he's going to give us a ride. But I guess obviously that would not, like, I don't know. He doesn't seem like he'd be that much of a dick. I think he'd take us if he saw we were in trouble. Clearly, they didn't think about this. I think this is obviously after the fact, because like if you remember in patch 6.55 or whatever, when she first appeared, she got off the boat feeling pretty sprightly. So although maybe this just got exacerbated, like maybe she was fine with boats, but then the storm just made like just all of a sudden like brought it, and now every time she's on a boat, she'll remember that. Maybe it's become a trauma for her. Maybe before that storm, she was fine on boats. Because like she had to take the boat from Terral to Charlian, and she popped off the boat seeming like perfectly fine. Be right back. To the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Oh shit! I lose that buff the second I teleport out of the area. Fuck. Well, shit. Well, anyway, I wanted to go get refresh my hunt marks again, so I might as well go pick up today's hunt marks.
I've been meaning to ask, but how
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel.
Shit, I should have
But
swapped to pick
I've
the mask
never
before
bothered
going
to
in here. I
return
didn't
there.
realize it'd be a long sequence.
As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand.
I mean, she did also mention her wet nurse, who is also she treats as a mother, so that would be another parent. But yes, I understand her point.
For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
Wait, is she adopted, or she just means that he actually is her grandfather and her parents just, like, died early or
Sore
something?
situations were quite... Even though Papa already had a true-born son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did, there's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Her voice actress is really good.
Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean? My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali, and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamart. But you needn't take on that burden as well.
Because he's totally dead. We all know he's dead.
Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats.
And that's why he went to the City of Gold. Yeah.
As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
That's good. She was always a little depressing with her constant, like, you know, uh, self-esteem issues. It's like it's just sad to see someone like that, where you're just like, come on, like you're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. You just
Thank you
constantly
all.
like, are
I am proud
feeling
to
inferior.
call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklomat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye, but we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alisaie on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I have any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater
I mean,
stability
yeah, but it's not
and
like your
prosperity.
inventions are going to stop the storms or be able to design a completely storm-proof world. But yeah, I mean, obviously, it'll provide more
Our
stability, not like
nation
it'll
can change for
completely
the better.
fix everything. But yeah, sure.
And I
Even
will
just a
be the
little
man
bit of
to
help
change it.
will be better than nothing, obviously.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
He said the thing. Thancred is Hydaelyn now.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawnservant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Yeah, I assume there's going to be people who don't get a keystone and try to steal it from other competitors. Although we obviously know who that's going to be. I think Zeralja is a relatively normal person, so he'll just do everything himself. I don't think he'd lower himself to stealing it from others. But obviously, there's that the
Your
two-headed
rivals
dick.
still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawnservant. Such titles mean nothing. Ah, I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
So you can eat it.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliyollal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that?
God damn it. I was worried that was gonna happen.
About the contest.
That was gonna pop. And I also think that this would be so fucking long that they wouldn't give you a warning. It's like literally a 10-minute or 15-minute cutscene, and they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna like dump it on you with no warning whatsoever. I mean, it's whatever, right? I'll just throw myself in the queue after I pop out of it. I'm not gonna skip the cutscene.
Fine idea! Our family deserves better! But do it then! We must catch up to that one-headed pretender, and... I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beast.
But I followed the teachings! Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Such a pain in the ass. Like, I was literally off by a minute. Like, if that queue had been delayed by just a minute, I would have been able to make it. That is fucking bullshit. It's so fucking annoying. Whatever. It is also, yeah, like, it's like a ridiculously long quest. Like, a ridiculously long quest. I mean, I'm fine with cutscenes being that long. But, like, every other time, they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna give you a warning. But, like, this one is just like, oh yeah, you just come up here, and then it's like, oh, we're gonna have a Wukalakamats thing. And then we're gonna go over literally every single contestant in a 20-minute cutscene, and just give you no warning whatsoever. Like, come on, dude, like... Oh shit, my Fester got upgraded. Nice. It's obviously too hot. Well, it's all his thing is also dumb, right? Because he's like, "Oh, you should just go to Charlie," and it's like, "Yeah, but like they have crafters there, so like once they've crafted stuff, they can immediately. So like they are the ones maintaining the crafters and have the supply, so they can have their own deals to ship it, have their own logistics department. But like if you're gonna have Charlie and people, I assume what he means is you should contract with artisans in Charlian, but then you have to then take whatever they produce, put it into the big boats, and ship it to Toral. And the cost of that is going to be insanely expensive. And like simply because also like the trip takes forever. Like we came over and it took us forever. And then of course there's just the risk of of storms and all sorts of shit. And then of course if you're traveling by boat, you have to be incredibly careful depending on what you're crafting. Some things might be very delicate. So it's just like the cost and time it would take to not only contract Charlians, but then also ship it over would be crazy. It would be so much better just to get local artisans and provide everything you need and produce. So, yeah, it's... Yeah, I think he's a little too obsessed with Charlian, unless he means contract Charlians to come over here, but then that's like the same basic point. Like, that's kind of what the Moblins are doing, is they're employing people, they're contracting people here and housing them. Which, if he's suggesting they do that with Charlians, it's like, well, how's that any different than what they're currently doing, other than just the fact they'd be Charlians? Because it seems like he's trying to say, no, contract them from Charlian itself, and ship it. But, like, that is... Obviously, they're not going to want to do that. It's like they don't have a logistics department for, like, shipping stuff to Tyrol from other countries. So it's just like, yeah, they don't have that, so they have to rely on other people to do it. It's like, yeah, something completely new with an untold cost for something, like, to replace something that already currently works. Like at the moment, it's like, oh no, we're just not able to provide a suitable environment for our artisans. And you're thinking, and you're like, well, here's what you should do. You should buy more expensive artisans from Charlian, and you should then also pay more money for these to ship it over here, using methods that you don't have, so you don't have contracts for. So do all that extra shit instead of just making a more comfortable environment for artisans here. Like, that's... Yeah, it's a huge escalation of a recommendation. I mean, you already have the trade routes. You already brought in the dirigibles. I mean, the land routes are irrelevant once you can get your dirigibles up, and then you can just travel by air. Obviously, land routes would be good, too. Like, the more routes you have, the better. But oh, whoops, it's down there. Shit. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well just go down this path and go to the next teleport. Get that pre-unlocked. Jesus Christ, 6 instances? Wow, they've only ever done 3 before. They really are... Oh wow, there's a teleport right next to it. Nice, convenient. They are really dedicated to making sure that there's no problems. kind of annoying that I can actually miss if I'm below their level. Oh, it's these things. The things that are in the trailer. Oh, are these giants? God damn. That was like 100 people in every single instance. Not in this. Yeah, so I mean, like, so in Mateus, I mean, that's not actually that many if you think about it, like a 600. I mean, 600 people is still a decent chunk of people. Like, this one has less. Because I think not as many people are that far ahead. But this one literally had 100 in every single one. Yeah. This is easily 600. That's weird. It's like we had to do the vantage point from over there, but it's like, oh yeah, by the way, like here's the cave on the other side. Like, obviously, actually no, green one will be the breeze crystal. This is probably a water crystal. Oh my god, you. Oh, that is such. So it popped. So if I was in the cutscene, if I was in the cutscene, it would have popped up and I could have done it. But because I was going into the cutscene as it popped, I get fucked again. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, that is such shit fucking timing. Are you? So I could skip the cutscene, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to fucking take my penalty again and then wait in another 30-minute fucking queue. But holy fuck, that's annoying. Like, the fact that you can't bring up the fucking thing when you're in a cutscene, but it will still overlay sometimes, and you can't get it back at all. It's like fucking... I swapped to Pickomancer just in case for that very situation, and just because I got absolutely fucked in the fucking 1 second that I'm in between loading the cutscene, it appeared then, and then the cutscene overlaid it immediately. It's like, fuck off! That is such fucking dog shit! It's fucking annoying. Like, 'cause I missed the previous one because they dumped a fucking 20-minute cutscene on you with no fucking warning. And then this time, I just get absolutely fucking screwed with literally the worst timing ever. I had actually swapped to Pictomancer because I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting close to the front. It could pop during this, so I'll just be ready just in case. And it just fucked me still. It just fucked you at the worst fucking time. I was number 2 as well, so I wasn't even number 1. So it's like it shouldn't have fucking happened, and it should have fucking happened at the 1 fucking second where I can't fucking do anything about it. Like, it was a literal second. Like, if it had popped a second earlier, I would have been able to do something. If it had popped a second later, I would have been able to do something. Like, it's just right as it's loading the cutscene, I get screwed. Like, oh my god, that is so fucking annoying. And now, that's 2 cues that I've failed because I get absolutely fucked by this game sometimes. Like, I mean, well, the first time was my own fault. I should have been a Pictomancer. But I would say it's the game's fault for not warning you, oh, by the way, we're going to dump you in a 20-minute long cutscene. Like, basically, if a cutscene's longer than 5 minutes, I think, maybe not 5, maybe 10. If it's longer than 10 minutes, then yes, you should fucking warn someone that it's going to be longer than 10 minutes. Like, I do get they do it for excessively long ones, like if it's like a 30-minute long thing, or back-to-back cutscenes, sure. Like, they do warn you for that, but like, still, that was just, so, like, I've noticed that too. It's not the first time, like, there's been times where I accidentally, it pops up as I'm pressing X to like continue the dialogue, and so it automatically does the wait thing. And once you do wait, you can't get it back. Like, you can't get back that cutscene. So if you accidentally press X and it goes into wait, if you're in a cutscene, you can't bring that pop-up back at all. So you can't say, oh shit, like, whoops, I accidentally pressed wait, let me bring that back up again so I can press continue. No, you can't. You literally cannot do that. Like, that's... So that was always kind of annoying, and that just is exacerbated by this fucking thing happened with literally the worst timing in the fucking world, which is just fucking annoying. So yeah, like, again, like, I had to wait 30 minutes for both fucking times, and just to get fucked by the game. Now, obviously, I could, like, skip this cutscene, right? I could skip the cutscene, I could come back and... The problem with it, though, is that the cutscenes, going back and viewing this shit, like, going back to view a cutscene, they tie all the shit to achievements, so I'd have to actually get the achievement that would say, oh, you've completed this quest, before I could go back and view it. Sometimes, I mean, I don't, and so it's like, I'd have to wait until, like, or maybe it's by the entire quest. So I have to complete this quest line before I actually get the reward. So when it becomes green, and even then, I think sometimes it might be tied to an achievement, where I have to go, like, do a series of quests till I get the achievement saying, "Hey, you've gotten to this point," and then I could go back and view the cutscene. But at that point, it's already, like, lost so much shit. So yeah, just another fucking annoying thing. I mean, I'm going to be playing for 13 hours. Well, I'll probably be playing for another, like, 10 hours or so, so, like, yeah, sure, like, missing a few cues is not the end of the world. But it is really fucking annoying when it's just like, is it my fault? No, not at all. Like, literally the game fucked me over. Like, there was literally nothing I could do. At all. Actually, maybe, I don't know, maybe even if the thing's not visible, I could have pressed left and X and it would have accepted it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the cutscene appearing after the fact overwrote focus of it. I mean, they could. It would just not be. It would be artistry that wouldn't match the culture. Because, like, the artistry that the Starlings will do, I mean, they are definitely going to be artists who might do some form over function type things. Will add additional accoutrement to make it look nicer, but it'll be like in a Charlian style or whatever, you know, style that artist is known for. But, like, if you're going to get artists from locals, you're going to get local themed. You know, it'll be culturally relevant things, which obviously will appeal more to their people. Ah, what a downer. Yeah, see, now the queue is even higher, more than 30 minutes. It's just fucking annoying. You just get fucked like that. And like, it's not, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's whatever. I'll continue with the story, so it won't be a huge issue. Like, being in a queue doesn't really stop me. Although, I guess, like, I mean, I did just do the dungeon, so it'll be a while before I have to do a dungeon again. It'll probably be more than 30 minutes before that dungeon appears, but it's just like, it's just one of these things where it's like, it does suck when, like, you know, you just get fucked for no reason, because the game is just... it's like, come on, dude. Wait, so helping that guy stay didn't count? Like, Hello, how's it going? Of course, this is funny because she's been very. Oh, that sucks. I remember. I think I've pinched myself on trying to like move car seats forward and back. I think I'm like a stuck car, and then I end up like. Well, not. So it's not too bad then. Just maybe pinched her or something slightly bruised. Hopefully nothing too serious. Yeah, it sucks. I think I might slam my hand. Well, I haven't slammed my hand at a door, but I think a car door has like bruised my fingers once. But I don't know, no worries. It's nice for you to just pop on by. Oh, are we gonna get the new guy, that Charlene dude? Oh, role quest. I was wondering, like, why he was talking, like, what he was doing. He's like, oh, it's a role quest. Is this unlocking role quest in general, or is this unlocking my specific one? The Sinister Six. Truly villainous. Did not order anything. Exactly what I said. Okay, so that's the tank one. Obviously the healer one, jungle. And the DPS one. Oh, okay, so it's DPS and magic DPS. Or physical and magical DPS. Oh, okay, so there is a fizz range. Okay, so it's not just physical, it's melee and fizz range. Okay. Obviously, it's not as epic as the fighting blasphemies as part of the Endwalker one, or even the role quests in Shadowbringers. Where I shouldn't have accepted it as this class. God damn it. I don't need the experience. Shit. I should have accepted it as another class. Supposedly, I get enough experience from the MSQ that I don't need external sources. Wait, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's just 5. Shit. So I'm now. I mean, it's like 1 million, so the craziest. Wait, did she indicate why she needed to talk to her father? That's weird. Why would she... that's seemingly out of nowhere. Why is she going to talk to her father? Oh, she might be just going to the palace, not necessarily to see her father. I was assuming she was going to see her father because the quest had a picture of her father, but we are being summoned to see her father, and she might just be going to like pick up some shit to prepare for the journey or something. Oh, shit, I can't queue up. What's up? Okay, whatever. I'm only 9. It's still 22 minutes. What should I do? Should I take a break? I mean, I could do the... Should I wait? It's 20 minutes. But it's like, yeah, the thing is, like, I'm just number 9. So I'm like, oh, number 9, I'm super close, right? But like, nah, probably not that close. Maybe, I don't know. But I also need to get something to eat. So should I take a little pause? Realistically, I shouldn't. Like, regardless if I'm number 9 or whatever, I'll pop out of the queue, do this thing, then put myself back in the queue, and I can eat. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna eat in the queue regardless. But actually, yeah, even if I finish eating, then I can do something. If I don't finish eating, like if I finish eating too quickly before my queue pops, I have nothing to do. So I might as well do it now. Yeah, so presumably we're gonna duel the father now that he's rested and ready. Let's show him our metal.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Wielder, Estinian. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Time to beat him and become the new king. We're gonna be the Dawn Servant now.
A spirited answer. Why not, indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies.
Oh, that's a trailer song.
Ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales. Give it your all! I want to fight to remember! Let's test the waters. They didn't even blink. I see you know the Viper style. Ha! Let's see how you handle this.
Oh, I see. I thought it was going to be a rate. I'm sure. Yeah, I thought it was going to be just a circle AoE around him.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then. Resolve and Risen Kingdom. All right. Did you think you had my measure? Take this! Still holding up? We're far from finished! No more holding back! Stay alert! fight well indeed. Formidable. Now we'll see what you're truly made of. That will do. You've shown me more than enough. I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Ha 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 ha! Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether it be as their promise or just a companion on the road.
I mean, she's not fit to rule now. Obviously, both are meaning the same thing. Is that, yes, she's not ready now, but not could be.
But agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet.
And I think actually coming from a position of weakness like she is, she understands, like, the value in both strength. She understands, like, the value in both her brothers. So she would be a fairer monarch I think obviously the two of them are very good at what they do, which has made them a little hard-headed and a little like less, a little more stubborn. That's it. They're a little more stubborn in their ways because like they never really had they've always been relatively successful. So they're like, cool, like my path is correct because I've always succeeded while going down this path. Whereas Uklamath has had to deal with her inferiority compared to her brothers, not really excelling in either of the things that they do, excelling in her own way, of course, but like she understands but because of that inferiority, she understands the importance of what each of them do, and is trying to do a more balanced way, which of course is going to be better for a kingdom that is has such disparate races.
Lama Ti thinks she understands our many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn.
Yeah, I am pretty popular.
Lama Ti as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you.
Okay, yeah, so she came into the palace to see her
You were dueling
mother
behind my
figure.
back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Oh, I hope we Emmett wave. Come on, Emmett wave. That would have been awesome.
Over her, champion.
We did the little handshake that Emmett does as he walks away. That would have been so cool if we did it.
Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galloff's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
I mean, obviously, Bakul Jaja is an asshole, right? And so obviously he's not fit to rule. But even his son, he didn't dismiss comrades. Like, the problem, of course, I mean, maybe he did. Like, maybe Jarul, was it Jarulja? Maybe Jarulja. Like, he only had his buddy, and it was just the two of them. So maybe he did dismiss comrades before this contest started. He's like, oh, I'm only going to bring this dude. It's hard to say, though, because he actually is really skilled. He is, like, very physically skilled. So it's not like he actually needs those people. So it's just like, I get you being dismissive of Bakul Jaja because he's an asshole and he's a complete piece of shit. Obviously, he's bad to rule. And, Jarulja is also not fit to rule because of his warlike tendency and the fact what he's trying to do to instill a fear of war into people. But it's just like, there are better ways of doing this. Like, you don't need to make people fearful of war just because there's a few assholes who are trying to, because, like, for the most part, this is a very peaceful country. And sure, like, you have some people, oh man, if we go to war, I can sell more saddles, hooray. Like, yeah, but like, that's a minority. So a minority of people are, a little antsy and are willing to start wars because they don't understand the horrors of it. But like, that's not really a good reason to be like, yeah, fuck it, let's just, start a mega war for the entire star. Just to instill a fear of war. Because it's a never-ending thing, right? So you do that. You instill that fear of war into people by starting a humongous war, and then you get peace, or you get beaten back and have to lick your wounds. And then 80 years down the line, once people have forgotten that, it'll start over again. Like, it'll just be a never-ending cycle. So what you really need to do is find a way to just stop people, warmongering or profiteering, or trying to profiteer off of starting a war, right? Instead of starting a war just to instill the fear of war into people, which you're going to have to do repeatedly because, once peace reigns, the next generation of people won't know war and they won't know that lesson. So it's like, yeah. So one thing would just, requires careful management of your country. The other is like, yeah, I'll just start a war just to make people fear it. I have to do this forever for the rest of life. So I'm curious what he means by dismissing comrades, because like Jarulja, I don't think he did. I mean, he only had his main dude, right? He only had his friend. So it is understandable how he's going to be like, yeah, maybe he had other allies, and maybe he chose. Maybe he had other allies, and maybe he chose not to bring them. And like allies who would have disagreed with him. It's hard to say. Like, we don't know what his retinue was before this contest even started. Like, he's always been warlike. He's always been loved by the people because he's defending them. So it's like hard to say. I will sell all odds in favor. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. Actually, I think I might also go to the bathroom and also maybe get something to eat. Shower off real quick. Okay, I'm back. She's not going to invite us to some of Namika's cooking? How selfish.
finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Well, it could be that they have no value to him personally, but he understands their value to others. Oh, are they going to fight? I was wondering when that was going to happen.
Step aside.
I'm curious who'd win. Like, obviously, this guy's very, very strong, supposedly as strong as his father. And that guy, other guy... But the other guy is a formidable foe, too, because he's the
Remind me.
winner of the
There
tournament.
was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants.
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
This is like silly too. Oh, I can't steal yours. It's like, well, they're willing for us. We've convinced them to be willing. Like the second, if you beat us or kill us or whatever, right? Like, will the craftsmen be willing? Like, again, you can't use threat, violence, or lies to get them. So the second you take them, you've already violated that. So it's obviously stupid.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones.
And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn Servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, First Promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move?
It's also a little bullshit. Like, so he drew his weapons, but also his buddies did too. And it's like, you have more allies. That's kind of cowardly in and of itself.
Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint. I can kill him whenever I please.
Is Geraldo going to be the final boss? Is he the level 99 one? He's going to get like the superpower in the Gold City and become like an icon of sorts. Oh, is that his goal?
This is far from over.
Oh, I can't do what? I could do it mid-cutscene like I was able to before. Oh, motherfucker! God damn it! Just fucking let me out of the cutscene! Again! Fuck, this is annoying! Like, I thought it was like, oh, cool, like, I'll just go to the next thing, we'll just teleport here, but like, no, they had this long thing, and then this, too! And I'm not gonna miss anything. I think yeah, so now I have a 30-minute penalty. Why? Well, because they've never done this before. When in a cutscene, you can always go into a fucking duty. Like, I've done this multiple times before. It's like, oh, a cutscene appears? Okay, sure, I'll just go from my duty to the cutscene then. That's why the fuck I'm a Pictomancer, so I can go in whenever I want. And they're like, no, we're just gonna block you. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Like, that's bullshit. So it wouldn't have even mattered then. I mean, the second time I got fucked, I would have been fucked regardless, even if it did pop a second later when the cutscene had loaded properly and the overlay. Although I would have only. God, that's so fucking annoying. That's such bullshit. Like, why? What is the point of not allowing me to do this? Like, it works the same in the other thing too. It's like, what happens if you're in the middle of a cutscene, and your duty pops, and you're the right class for the duty, and you can commence. You commence, you go into the duty, and it basically undoes all this stuff. I'd have to go through the cutscene again, right? But like, that's fine. I'm fine going through the cutscene again. Yeah, I'm totally fine doing the cutscene again. You know, I would just blast through the parts I've already seen, or maybe just enjoy them again. But like, I don't get why they would change it, right? Like, it's crazy too, because it's like, it's basically just fucking everyone over. Like, you didn't do this before. They intentionally decided to do this, and I'm like, why? Right? Like, I'm not in a duty. I'm purely in a cutscene, in a cutscene all by myself. Like, what reasoning do they have behind not allowing me to accept, get pulled out, and have to restart the cutscene? Like, it'd be only if there's some sort of weird checkpointing system where it's like, oh, sorry, your last checkpoint was at the start of this cutscene, so we can't take you out because you're. And I mean, it could also be the fact that I accepted this quest in Tuliyollal, and now I'm here. So it could be that, oh, well, because essentially my character has been transferred between instances, it could be that that's why I'm not able to do it, because my character is essentially in limbo. Like, because what they probably did is the second I accepted this quest and the cutscene started, they probably moved my body to this location. But if I rejected, if I went into the instance, it would undo the quest progress, which would mean my body should be back in Tuliyollal, but they've already moved it to this location for this quest. So it could be that that's just what fucked me over, which is really, 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 really fucking annoying. Because one, they said I had 10 minutes to go, and two, the fact that they're just like, because that's why the cutscene will just be shorter, right? The cutscene will end, and then my body will be here in this location. Oh, okay, never mind. The cutscene is still going. Okay. Yeah, so I would have been fucked regardless. I was thinking about it. Oh, maybe I should cancel it. But nah. Story is paramount for me. Like, if I miss a queue, whatever. It does super suck that apparently I got fucked twice. One, because of a loading cutscene at a bullshit time, and two, because my queue happened to pop during one of the few cutscenes where you can't fucking accept it because you're transferring instances. It's like, great, awesome. That is frustrating. Like, again, like, I'm going to be playing this for a while. But I think the problem is this is the third time I get a penalty. Even though I accepted and did an instance, it doesn't undo your marks. Essentially, you retain those like marks, those marks against you for like, it feels like forever, but I'm not really sure how long it is. Maybe it's an hour. Maybe it's not an hour. I think it has to be longer than that. But because obviously, like my first mark was like 3 hours ago, so like the fact that it recorded it, so maybe it retains your marks against you for 12 hours or something. And because you'd think, oh, the second you get into an instance, your marks would be reset. Oh yeah, you failed the queue twice. But who cares? Because you accepted it this time. I think it should clear those marks. The fact that you failed twice, get into an instance and then fail the next time, now that's 3 now. It's like, well, it's not 3 in a row. It should be 3 in a row. 3 failures to accept in a row. course, it does beg the question of, well, why won't your side be the one that lays down their arms, weary at the cost? But yeah, so I think what's going to happen. I mean, it could be Bakul Jaja. I think he's just gonna. I think he's going to be a foil. I think he's just going to get screwed over. I think Jirulja is going to get whatever power is going to be. It's going to be some sort of focus, and he's going to become like an Archon. I mean, not an Archon. Icon. He's going to become an Icon. He's going to become a Primal, and that's why he doesn't value land or anything like that, because he himself will become a power source, much like what Thornton was trying to do. I think that's my guess at where this is going. I think Bakul Jaja is like too stupid and dumb. Like I don't think he's trying for that. I don't even think it could happen by accident. I think he's just gonna be like he's just gonna lose to us in a dungeon or something, or be killed by Jirulja when he ascends to godhood. I mean, that would be the more nuanced take. If you want to, it'd be so simplistic and basic if you just had, oh yeah, let's have Bakul Jaja try to become an Icon because he gets the superpower and we beat him. But it's like, well, he's obviously an asshole. Like we don't like, and I mean, it's fine to have just an asshole. It's fine to have just a jerk and have him be the big bad villain. The villains don't have to be nuanced. There can just be the pure asshole types that. But I think. I don't think it would make a good story if Bakul Jaja was the final boss, or the level 99 trial, or level 100 trial, maybe. Or maybe he's the level 99 trial, and then Jirulja becomes the god at the end, and we beat him at the end. We'll see. But I think that's what's going to happen. I think Jirulja is going to become an Icon. I think that's his goal. He's trying to merge with, get that power and become godlike. Yeah, so I got a pencil. I find that really annoying. The fact that it's not even, it's just like 3 fails within a period of time, which is like 2 of those times I just got absolutely fucked by this. You're just like, yeah, you're just gonna get screwed. Why? Well, because fuck you, that's why. Like, I find that annoying. Because I was Pictomancer, I could have accepted it, I could have done it, but they were just like, nah, we already brought your body over here, and, like, we don't want to have to, like, put you back in place. It's like... And it's like, it makes sense, right? It's like, oh, okay, well, we're loading the cutscene, we'll just, you know, do this stuff, do all of it at once, so your body's just chilling here, and then the second cutscene's end, you have to end. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do your loading then at the end, right? So I get why, but it also does suck because it's like, wow, like, so I had one of the only, like, I mean, there might be a few cutscenes like that, but like, so in my second failed queue, I got absolutely fucked because the cutscene was in the middle of loading when the queue popped, so I didn't even see the pop-up. And for the second one, I happened to choose one of the very rare cutscenes where we're going in between instances, so I wasn't able to accept the queue, even though I was the correct class. Now, for the first one, that was all my bad. If I was a Pictomancer going into that cutscene, it would have been fine, but whatever. Oh, I can't get in here. Oh, okay. Oh shit! Oh no, I can. Okay, I can decline. Thank God. I was the wrong class. I didn't want to accept. I don't want to get the experience on this class. I'm not sure which just gives me more experience. I think the trials one gives me more. Essentially, I want to get to 85, and then I'll run leveling roulette. I mean, we should have gone with her right from the get-go, because it's like, she's the only reason we're doing any of this, so, like, if she runs back, we should have just gone with her. Like, what are we gonna do, right? You know, I'm super shy. I don't want to accept the quest, because I can only do it as my main class, and if this ends up being a cutscene, I could miss my cue again. Actually, I might as well go back to Liolal for real quick, since I can teleport back here, just to reset my retainers. Back out again. Yeah, now I'm just really antsy because I just keep getting fucked by this, and it's like, great, this is probably going to be a cutscene. I don't know how long the cutscene's going to be, so I don't want to like swap over because I have to swap over to my non-Pictomancer class. And the problem is the average wait time just keeps going up. So like it artificially went down, so like it popped a bunch of people real quick, and so it brought the average down by a lot. So I think the average when I first queued up was around 26 minutes. So it's like I could have 4 minutes, but is the cutscene going to be 4 minutes or longer? Like it's also could be like relatively because like it would be fine if I could just do if this was a simple little like oh cool like accept the quest. It's not like a long cutscene, and then it starts the next quest, which is a longer cutscene because you can start quests and progress quests on any class. It's just turning them in has to be a class that is the right level. So I'm just antsy because it's like I could get screwed. I could swap over, and then it's like, oh, we're gonna make a 5-minute long cutscene, and then my queue pops in between it while I'm stuck as a summoner because I was forced to swap to summoner to accept the quest. And I've just gotten fucked so many times with queues. It's really fucking annoying. I don't want to miss another fucking queue after waiting another 30 fucking minutes for it. Well, this is fucking annoying. Yeah, I absolutely hate the queue. Like, so, like, yeah, it was like average wait time is like 10 minutes less. And I get, like, obviously some of it popped early, but then it's just like we go for like 10 minutes and I go down one. And it's just like I have no clue how this works. Like, how the queuing system. Like, there was one time when I was like number 6 for like a literal half an hour. Like, for the roll waiting list, I was literally number 6. For like a half an hour, for literally 30 minutes. I was like, oh yeah, average time elapsed was like 20 minutes, and then it was like 50 minutes when my queue popped. And it instantly popped. It went from number 6 to like just popping. Like I think I was in a cutscene or something. So like pretty sure I was 6 going into it, and then it popped in the middle of it. I'm like, what? Like, but it's just kind of annoying. So like, if I knew this was going to just waste an extra 10 minutes without doing shit, I would have just fucking done it. But now it's one of these sunk cost fallacies, right? Like, oh, I've already waited this amount of time. Like, it would suck if I, swapped, did this, and it started the whole thing. Like, the reason why I think it's gonna be a whole thing is because I can see. I guess I could watch these people, see how long these guys take. But like, it's gonna be this person. I bet they're gonna say, no, I didn't summon her back. So she was probably kidnapped. Okay, so now I went down to 1. So I guess I'm next. I guess I won't. It's too risky. Okay, there we go, finally. Okay, now that I'm at 80 or 65 or 80, sorry, 85. Now I'll enter this just so I have the chance of getting the highest level dungeon. I think it might give me the best rewards. The 85 dungeon might give me the best experience rewards. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, whatever. I also knew that this was going to be a long queue. Actually, the queue's gotten even worse. Now it's more than 30 minutes. Before it was in the 20s. Most of them were in the 20s. In fact, really, realistically, what I should do is I should just make sure I get the early queues. Like, I should just make sure I make my... I mean, once I beat the story, it'll become a moot point. So it's like, oh no, during the, 3 to 4 days I'm working on the story, I'm going to miss some queues. And then, yeah, whatever. Anyway, my bet was that she was never called back by this person. I bet it's a plot. Yep. Here we go. Back to soon. Yep, called it. Another reason why I was stupid to let her go alone, because it's like, oh, I'll go back alone. It's like, first of all, you're the only one who has qualifications for the throne. So, and there's no point in us doing anything without you, because without you, there's no point in us going. Well, I guess we're trying to find the City of Gold anyway, so I guess that's kind of helpful. But, we need her to do her shit, so, there's no point in letting her go alone anywhere. Wait, what? How am I number one after waiting 5 minutes in the queue for something that has a more than 30-minute average wait time? What? How am I number one? It's because I'm 85 and I'm paired with someone who's... Maybe that's it. No, actually, no, it can't be. It can't be dungeon in progress. So maybe it's because I'm 85 and another GPS? How would they pick me, though? I guess I could be the only 85 DPS, and someone's queuing specifically for the level 85 dungeon. And there are no other DPS ahead of me who are queuing in a little high enough for it. And because the other number one DPS, because obviously if it's a number one healer or tank, we get someone super quick. In fact, there has to be another DPS that queued for the level 85 dungeon. So the question is, and so now we're just waiting for tanks and healers to get divvied out to us eventually at some point, maybe. This is weird. Yeah, like, because like, I saw more than 30 minutes. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's the leveling rule. Everyone's gonna be doing it. But yeah, the fact that I'm number one already after 5 minutes, or it was even 4 minutes when I first was surprised. Yeah, it's one of these things where clearly you'd be like, what? Like, it's super short. Like, it's like no time at all. It's like no time whatsoever to get here. But like, it's the idea that they essentially shrunk the world. Like, everything you see in this world, like travel time takes, like, the world is actually like 10 times bigger than the map would suggest. So we're actually like zipping along it. It's actually much bigger. But like making it that much bigger and making you like take 5 minutes to get to the next area would, no one would like that shit. Strongly. So they made it smaller. Like, there are other games that like just say, fuck it, let's just make the world that fucking big. Like, World of Warcraft is big. It's a very, very big world, but it also is incredibly empty, and it's needlessly big. Like, they just made it big. There's nothing in it. It's really fucking boring, from my perspective. It's really fucking big and boring. It has nothing in it. It's just needlessly big. So you're like, oh, cool, wow, it's so big. Because you can tell from like the architecture too of the buildings as well. Like, it's just like they took a world and this like doubled everything in size. Like, oh, we're gonna take all these models, we're gonna do this model world, and then we're gonna just double this proportions of literally everything, right? Like, you'll see buildings that are just way too big considering the people who are living in them, right? Like, it's way, way, way too big. And sure, like there are like giants and stuff and bigger creatures, but like, even still, there are buildings that are just needlessly big, where they're just like, yeah, there's huge open areas that make no sense architecturally speaking. The world itself is like, okay, it makes sense for a world to be that big because worlds are big, right? But like, in the terms of a game, all making a big world like that does is just increase the amount of time it takes you to get anywhere, which is fine, to some degree, right? It's fine for it to take a long time because it's a big world, but like, you're just doing that just to waste people's time. And it's like, is there a purpose? There's someone like chilling under me. It's fine. It's fine to make it big, but it's just needlessly big. Like, it doesn't have to be big. It was just big just to see, like, oh yeah, we're big. It's like it's big for no other purpose than to be big, and which incidentally just wastes people's time. Which I think also was his intention. Like, oh, we're gonna like, if this is an MMO, you're going to be spending a lot. We want you to spend lots of time in this, and so they introduce a lot of ways just to make everything suck. They introduce a lot of ways just to make it take longer, right? Like especially in World of Warcraft, like leveling in World of Warcraft sucks. It's incredibly grindy. It takes fuckloads of time to level. Why? Well, because that's the whole point, right? They want to make maybe levels more impactful, but essentially it's like, oh, we're doing this to waste people's time. We're doing it so that doing this takes a long time because we want people to sub to our game and play our game for a long time. And so the way we're going to do that is make every part of this game just take longer than it needs to. And like Elden Ring also did that too. Like, people were like going into the Elden Ring DLC and they're like, oh my god, this world is so big. And it's like, yeah, it is big. It's huge. But it's needlessly big, right? Like, you watch anyone playing it, and what are they doing? Well, it's like literal minutes in between seeing enemies, right? You're just like literally walking, like run on your horse, going for a literal minute before you see another enemy. And it's just like, yeah, when you're going 60 seconds between even seeing another enemy. It's just like you could easily just shrink the size of the world by half, easily, because all you're doing is just making it big, just for sake. And it's pretty, so it's like fine, sure, like there's no harm in that. But the problem comes from the fact that when we get people so essentially it's one of those things where when a game that you don't like does it, you complain about it. But when a game that you do like does it, you praise it, right? When a game I think one of the complaints about like Assassin's Creed Valhalla was that it was like really big. Now, I haven't played that game, so I'm not 100% sure what they mean by that. But from what I understand, it was like the map itself was humongous, and it was like, yeah, it just felt like it was too big. And the scope of the game was too big. When it's like, okay, so obviously, when Ubisoft does it in Valhalla, people complain about, oh, the map is too big. Whereas, like, when you see other games do it, and they're like, oh my god, look how big this thing is. It's like, oh, well, now apparently a big map is a good thing. Whereas in Valhalla, it wasn't. So it's like, it's just one of those things. There are a lot of things like that, where players and people will just be like, oh, I don't like this thing. Or I don't like this game, right? They go about it the reverse direction, right? They find a game, they don't like the game, they just come across it. There are rarely people who will like when playing a game actually properly analyze the game. No, they just play it. They form an opinion based on it, and then that's it, which is fine. Like I'm not saying that's bad by any stretch of the imagination. But it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, they're not really, like, paying attention. They're not really, like, analyzing it properly. What they're doing is I don't like this game. Okay, now that I'm coming up from the position of I don't like this game, I'm going to think up reasons why I don't like it, right? Which is like, well, obviously that's not the reason why you don't like it. Like, otherwise you would have noticed that right away rather than coming to the impression you don't like it. Now, obviously, regardless, it could be one of the factors behind it, right? Like, because like being big is not good or bad, right? What matters is what's in the world. And I think one of the biggest complaints about Ubisoft lately, especially, is just the fact that like they do the same kind of formula of like, okay, here's a few like high points where you unlock the map, and then like every single map section is full of like various little bits and bobs to do just kill time to make the map feel bigger, right? Which is fine. That's cool. You can do that. There's no real and there's some people who like that, right? But like Ubisoft has just done it a lot, so it's like people who like the franchise. Some of them are bored of it or whatever, or maybe Valhalla was even worse. Like maybe it was a really really big world and also had a lot of events all over the place, which just made it really rough on completionists or something like that. Hard to say, but yeah, it's not really being big or small is not really a problem in and of itself. It's just how it's implemented, and it is silly though when you just see people say, "Oh yeah, it's good. Oh, it's a big map. Oh, it's so big." Like that's a good in and of itself. It's like no, it's not. So yeah, I don't. Because you see that a lot, and I find it annoying, right? When you get these people who are like, "Oh, they obviously don't like a game, or they do like a game, right?" And then they'll just be like, "Oh, I like this game," and they'll just like list reasons. Like, well, that reason isn't like wrong. Like I had the same argument with people about another game, and they were like, "Oh, well, I don't like this game because it has filler." And they're like, "Oh, as filler does it?" It's like, "Oh, okay." You realize like every game has filler, like everything, because like what do you consider filler? Well, you would think, okay, well, if I would consider something filler if it's not, and I think that was kind of the way they were defining it, is if it's something that doesn't directly push progress the story forward, it's considered filler, and it's just like, okay, sure, like. If you want to call something, if you want to define it like that, that's fine. Okay, if it's not directly causing the main plot point of the game to progress further, it is filler, right? But then, like, if you want to be that rigid about it, then literally every game has filler, right? Like, and you might be like, what? It's like, oh, I mean, I guess, and forces you to do it, I guess, because like you could say Elden Ring has filler because like there are a lot of bosses you don't have to do, but it's not like it forces you to do those bosses, right? Like you don't have to do certain ones, and that, like especially for Elden Ring, like you don't have to fight Mohg, but now you do because it's the only way you can get into the DLC. So, it forces you to do it, but doesn't directly progress the plot forward. But like, there's just so many events like that in all the games. Like every story game has stuff, because like most games these days have the scope, have the people that can actually afford and to actually make the game better and more immersive. And you know what happens in an immersive world? You do things. You do lots of random little things. Why? Well, because like the world doesn't revolve around whatever big overarching quest. Like, okay, so the world's fucked, right? You're here to save the world, but like, yeah, sure, the world's fucked, but people still need to live, right? So it adds. So I think games without filler would be really boring games. And like, I mean, and I, of course, like, can you make a game without filler? Sure. Can it still be good? Yeah. But like, I think you'd just be missing out on a lot of stuff. And I think these are things that can make games better. Just carte blanche say, oh yeah, no filler is dumb, right? Like, what makes Baldur's Gate 3 so good? Well, a lot of people say it's the branching storylines, or the branching choices, the good character development, all that bullshit, right? But all that shit is filler, right? And you'd be like, oh, it's side content. Yeah, well, side content is inherently filler, right? Side content is because you could argue, well, no, because it's just not forcing you to do it as part of like the main story. Because I heard people complaining about Final Fantasy 16. There were some parts of the main story where like, well, this is kind of boring, or this isn't super important. Like, why are you forcing us to do this as part of the main storyline? And it's like, okay, sure. Then if you want to count filler as just that, and side quests are different, but then you'd still get people complaining about the number of side quests as well. So it's just like, there's just no winning. It's like, it's filler if you have to do it as part of the story, but also completely optional side quests that you don't have to do. People still complain just that there are too many of them. And it's just like, it's crazy that these people are just like, are like this. Because like, for me, from my perspective, it's like, well, if I like the game, it's a perspective of, do you like the game or not? And then it's like, if you like the game, great, because it's like more side quests, filler content. You know what that is? That's more game more game. And if you like the game, that's great. If you don't like the game, obviously that sucks. So now you have to force through it. But then again, like, should we really be designing the game for people who don't like the game? Like, obviously that's a dumb idea. So yeah, it is kind of frustrating. But yeah, like Baldur's Gate 3 had like all the side content, and I had even someone who was like, "Oh well," said like, I mentioned that Baldur's Gate 3 had a ton of filler, and they're like, "No, it doesn't." Like, name filler. It's like, there's shitloads of filler, right? Like, there's tons of filler. I mean, and some of you might consider like side content, like the hag, the hag quest you do in Act 1, that's filler. The Tiefling village is filler. Like, a lot of the character shit is filler. Like, you don't have to like progress like their characters themselves have a bunch of side quests. The Githyanki camp, you don't really need to do any of that either. Like, you tried to remove the worm using the Githyanki crazy scientist machine, but you could just not have that. Like, sure, like the machine tried and it failed, but like you could just not have that machine. You could have never gone to that camp and never tried that. Like, you don't ever really have needed to go to that camp to do this shit. Like, you could cut that bit out; it wouldn't really matter. Like, and the like druid thing with the elves or whatever, like there's lots of little bits that don't have to be there, right? But having them there just makes the world more immersive, gives you more options, gives you more choices. And I would even argue, because there are so many branching options in Baldur's Gate 3, now every single side content, all that shit is now everything that would be normally considered a side quest in the game is now actually filler. Because if you are getting a different ending based on the side content you're doing, and it changes your ending slightly, then isn't that now main story content? Because doing this in this way led to this ending. If you didn't do this thing, it would lead to a different ending. Therefore, that is the main story content for that particular ending, right? So it's like it has even more filler than filler, because unlike other games where filler is only related to the main story content, is extra, is unnecessary. Now there's just more, and other things would be considered side quests. Now everything's considered filler because all of it is related to the main story, because there are just so many there's so many endings. Therefore, every single branch and every single choice that led to that branch is now considered main story for that ending, right? So, yeah, It's just people are silly. People just like to bitch and moan, and I think it's just such reverse logic where they're just like, no, I'm coming from a position of I like this game or I hate this game, and now I'm going to come up with reasons why I'm correct in my opinion, or why they try to be objective. Why my opinion is objectively right, and then bring up a bunch of subjective things, or clearly come from a position of I like this game. Now let me look for all the good things in it, like what I consider good things, and that's why I like it. Like it's objective. Oh, I like this. I like this game, and here are the objective. This is the reason why I like the game, because of these objective facts that are in the game, and that's what makes it good. That's why I like it, right? That type of shit. Where it's like, no, you just like the game, and here are some of the reasons why you might like the game, or here are some of the factors that contributed to you liking the game. But like, it's not like, oh, because they did this thing. Like, it's not because people try to frame it like, oh, it's these objective reasons. That's why I like this game, and because they're objective reasons, then everyone has to like it because that's what objective is, right? Like having having a sprawling open world, as an example. Again, we're bringing that back in. Having a sprawling open world, a lot of people would say that's a good thing, but there are games that do have a sprawling open world that are shit, right? Being a sprawling open world wasn't used well. It was just implemented poorly, so it was just a big, mostly empty world, right? With nothing to do in it for the most part. Like, hell, the Elden Ring DLC is mostly like there's nothing you do in the overworld that actually matters at all. Like, I think even in like Elden Ring, there were a few like overworld bosses, kind of. Actually, I guess there's still a dragon and stuff that you do fight in the overworld, but like it's mostly just like a bunch of random mobs that are really spaced far apart. Like, you just don't need most of that shit, right? It's just you could cut its size in half, or even by probably a third, and it wouldn't make a difference at all. But so it's like, yeah, you can say a sprawling open world, sure, but like if it's the reason why people don't say that it's say as a positive instead of negative is because they like the game, and they're like, I like the game, therefore this is a positive. But if they didn't like the game, they would say, God damn, this world is so fucking needlessly big, Bathroom. Okay. Oh yeah. That's my little rant. Obviously, I'm gonna piss off a lot of people because there are a lot of people who really like their games and just can't seem to accept the fact that other people don't like it. Like Elden Ring is a very good example of it because of all the hard difficulty Steam review, like negative Steam review bullshit. Right? People are like, oh my god, like I can't believe all these people said all these negative things about had all these negative review on Steam, but it's like. Well, first of all, like even if you look at the Metacritic score of the user Metacritic score, not the review, like the actual like reviewers, because I don't really trust reviewers because because it's these companies and it's hard to know the quality. It's better just to get a general, just check their user reviews to get a better feel for how people like the game, right? And the Metacritic or the user review score for Elden Ring was. I mean, it's not terrible, right? It was like an 8.0, 8.2, something like that, which is not like amazing, right? Like pretty much all the FromSoft simps are just like, oh yeah, it's a 10 out of 10 game, it's the best game ever made, and it's just like, yeah, but it's an 8 by user reviews. Why? Well, because Elden Ring became more popular. It's a very good stream game too, because people enjoy sharing their misery with others. It's misery loves company, so people enjoy watching streamers die and get frustrated. So that's why it's a good stream game, and so it got a lot of people interested in it. And but it's not a game for everybody, right? See, like just FromSoft games in general, like there's just a lot of people who don't like that like level of difficulty. They don't find fun in overcoming difficult games. They want a game that's like relaxing or just enjoy, or not so difficult that they can't just enjoy it, right? And have fun with it. So. Which is fine. Like you cultivate that as your user base. It's like Path of Exile is a very good example of like what happens when you really focus on your user base. You get a few. You don't get a huge. It's like a niche. It's a niche game in and of itself in the ARPG landscape, but it's incredibly popular because the people that play it are very passionate about it because they are like they designed the game around people who would like that game, right? And they don't like compromise on their game. They're like, no. Here's our target Here's our target audience. We're going to make a game specifically for them. We know it's not going to appeal to everybody. We're not going to try to appeal to everyone. We're just going to focus on that target demographic. And Souls-like games are kind of like that too. They're just like, okay, we're going to have a certain level of challenge. Like that will just be the base level. We're just going to have a certain level of challenge, and that's what we're going to do. And so you get, and that's why it wasn't ever really that popular. Like, sure, it was really popular amongst its fans, but as a general game, it didn't have mass market appeal. But then Elden Ring got a little of that mass market appeal, and got a lot of attention by people streaming it and shit like that. So you got people who wouldn't typically play the game playing the game, and you know what happens to that? Well, that's why it's an 8.0, like an 8.0 on Metacritic. Like Baldur's Gate 3 and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth were both 9s. 9.0, maybe I think Baldur's Gate 3 might be 9.2. Like, are they better games? I mean, well, obviously it depends. Like, they're very different games, so it's not the same. But like, so you could say, oh, well, more people like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth than Elden Ring, right? Well, yeah, that's obviously that's obviously a gross oversimplification of it. But that's just kind of how it. That's just kind of how it goes, right? It's just because it appealed to more people. People who wouldn't typically play it. Played it, didn't like it because it's just not their type of game. Like it was not a game designed for them, and so they left a negative review and stopped playing it, right? And that's the same thing that happened with the Shadow of the Erdtree. It's like, yeah, because Elden Ring was really popular, you attracted an audience that typically doesn't like Souls games. Maybe you retained some of them, right? That were like, okay, this is an acceptable level of difficulty, and that's fine. But then because the new one is even more difficult, maybe what would have while Elden Ring might have just been under the threshold for how much difficulty they can tolerate, Shadow of the Erdtree tipped over the scale, and they're just like, okay, I don't like this, right? And they left negative reviews. And then of course it doesn't help that pretty much every single Soul simp was going on being like, well, you just need to get good, you just need to do this, you just need you just need a bit better build, you just need to keep going at it, you need to tough it out, get good, all that bullshit, right? And it's just like it's stupid. because this is some like the people leaving negative reviews are people who played the game, right? Played the game, didn't enjoy the game, and want to quit. And your response to that is, oh, you don't like the game? It's too difficult for you? Well, you need to go and invest even more of your time in a game you've already admitted to not liking. Go back in, put in even more time so that you can like it more. It's like it's there's a whole thing like for like MMOs. Oh, it gets good 100 hours in, and it's that type of mentality that people are trying to bring to the thing. It's like, oh yeah, it gets good after a few after 100 hours, right? It's like, oh yeah, it gets good after you put in this amount of time. But it's like a game shouldn't require you to suffer through it to get to the quote unquote good part. Now, I do get it's hard to like make that claim because obviously Elden Ring and Souls-like games in general are challenging. So obviously you are going to suffer through a few things, and it's through the suffering and challenging combat that you can get it and feel a sense of accomplishment. I don't mean just that. I mean just like the fact that you're asking someone who is not enjoying their time in the game to put more time into it, to beat something, and then and do that. But like, you shouldn't expect people to have to go online to find a build guide, right? You shouldn't expect people to have to go on. Essentially, you shouldn't expect people to go to third-party sources to have to play the game, quote unquote, correctly. I think that's a bad idea. The game itself should be intuitive enough where you could figure it out, and it's not so obscure that you can't figure it out, right? Like the whole Scadutree bonuses. Like I'm not really sure how good the tutorial on that was, but I bet it was dog shit because every anything that has to do with dialogue or teaching you anything is dog shit in all Souls games. They just don't tell you shit, right? It's the whole not really handhold, like doesn't really handhold you. And there will definitely be some people when complaining or when talking about games that they're like, yeah, it not hand-holding you is a good thing. It's like, well, yes, there are some people who don't like feeling handheld, but similarly, like it's more of a niche market. Like if you're not even gonna like explain how your game works, sure, there are definitely some people who enjoy the challenge of like figuring things out and be like, okay, it didn't tell me shit. Now I have to figure it out and get it to work, right? There definitely are some people who like that. But you're also, like, there's more people who don't like that. Just like, at the very least, want the game to explain, have a proper tutorial, tell you everything you need to know. Like, realistically, what it should have done is that the game should, like Shadow of the Erdtree, like, should have guided you to the Scadutree, and on the way there, you are guaranteed to find a fragment, right? Or maybe one or two. Like there should be a fragment on the way there that is relatively easy to find, and then you can upgrade yourself, right? And then they explain it to you to reinforce it, right? That's what they should do. But yeah, and generally that's how most games should do it. Like they should just explain a mechanic and then put you in a situation where it requires you, reinforces that knowledge, right? Yeah, it's not surprising. But that's the crazy thing, right? It's like you get these people who don't like the game, and then what's the response? Well, all the simps are like, oh my god, you can't not like the game. The game is perfect. Clearly, you're the one at fault. You're the wrong person for having this opinion. Like, because the game is clearly not that false. It's like that's such simp bullshit where it's like, dude, like, no, this is just not a game they can like. This is not a game they like, right? They shouldn't be required to put in 10, 20 more hours going onto third-party websites to look up builds and doing all this extra bullshit for a game they already don't like. Like, who would want to do that? Like, if you don't... Like, it's those resources should be available for people who want to do it, and if they like the game and they want to do all that shit, fine. But like, to expect people who already don't like the game to do this is stupid. It's just dumb to expect that, because most people are just not going to do that. Like, why invest their time in doing something they don't really want to do for this weird, stupid sense of accomplishment when they can just play another game that's more enjoyable and more to their taste, right? But yeah, you just that's the biggest problem. Is you get these simps who are just like can't seem to understand that people cannot like their game, and so like, yeah, when you're leaving negative reviews, they're like, oh my god, they left negative reviews somehow. Like, that's attacking my game. It's like, no, just here are some people who don't like your game. Like, and yeah, sure, the mixed reviews all popping in that quickly, sure. Like, it went to mixed, and I think mixed means like less than 70% of users disliked it. I don't know, yeah, less than 70% liked it. So we had 30% plus of people who disliked it. I would not recommend it. Which, obviously, yeah, 70% is the 7.0, and Elden Ring itself had a user review of like 8 or 8.2 or something like that. So, obviously, it's less than that, right? So, yeah, it does seem... it seems abnormal compared to Elden Ring, but also, since the game is harder, obviously you're going to have... I would expect more people to dislike it. Simply because some of the people who liked it, beyond the simps who are going to rate it highly regardless, right? You're going to get those people who are like, okay, it was the perfect right amount of challenge for me, or there are just going to be those borderline people who are just like, yes, it was a little hard, but not so hard that I was turned off by it, and so I liked it. And then those people are now going to leave negative review when Shadow of the Erdtree comes out. So like that's just what happens. And I just think it's the community's reaction to that was just fucking bullshit. Where it's just like, wow, just like it's the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, sure, that'll stop it. Just explain to people why their opinion is wrong, categorically. Yeah. It's not that you're wrong because you're not, your opinion is wrong. What? Like, if they don't like, because they would be like, also like they can give like dumb excuses like, oh, all Souls games are difficult. It's like, okay, like. Well, some people were like, there are, like, some people admit that there are definitely performance problems with the game, and there definitely are some actual problems, like, with the game's design and stuff like that. So, sure. So people will be like, oh, well, those are good, those are honest reviews, those are valid reviews, right? Valid negative reviews. And I do agree that, yes, like, if there's any sort of issue with the game, you're perfectly justified to leave negative reviews. I also do think that it's perfectly justified to leave negative reviews if the game is too difficult. Especially on Steam, because it's not like you're putting in, it's not like your review is, it's not like a Metacritic one where you're kind of like saying, oh, how, you're trying to evaluate how good the game is, or like, oh, how good the game is, and that would imply some level of objectivity, right? But like for Steam reviews are just, here's your review, do you recommend the game or not? And if the game is too difficult for you, then yeah, it's an easy not recommend. Like, well, how is that an invalid review if you didn't enjoy the game and its difficulty was one of the factors behind that? Like, sure, you personally wouldn't recommend the game because you didn't enjoy playing the game. Like, duh. Now, if you're going to leave, like, oh, I think this is a 1. If you go on Metacritic and then say it's a 1.0 because it's too difficult, yeah, obviously that's bullshit, right? Because like even if it is difficult, it's not a 1.0, right? Like, you might not like the game, but there are definitely some good aspects to the game. So there is that. I think there are some people who go onto like actual scoring sites and they give drastically lower scores than they should get because they just don't like something about like the company. Like I think Blizzard games. There's been a fuckload of Blizzard games that have been review bombed, with a lot of people just leaving 1.0. Why? Well, just to send a message to Blizzard of like, oh, I don't like this recent thing you did, or I don't like one of the policy things you did in this game, so I'm going to leave it at 1.0. And that's why like Blizzard games have like some of the lowest user scores on Metacritic, just because people are going out of their way to leave ridiculously low scores, which is like, obviously that's a little. That's a little fake, because obviously it's not a 1.0. I kind of wish even, like, if you're going to, like, I kind of wish, like, there are some people who just, like, do these protest things, and I kind of wish they still give the game a fair shake. I do get why, like, they don't, right? And, like, because, like, for the 1.0s, because obviously that's bullshit. It's not a 1.0. Like, it's not a Gollum game, right? But, like, I do understand that, like, yeah, obviously everyone's going to, like, rate things differently, right? So, like, even if you give something a 5.0, like, if you gave, like, Elden Ring a 5.0, and you're citing, oh, it's difficult, a 5.0, I'd still say that's fair, right? Like, sure, I wouldn't say 1.0 would be fair, because, like, no, there are definitely some good parts of the game. It's not like it's absolute shit, but if the difficulty is that big a factor for you, then a 5.0 is reasonable. I would say it's kind of more on the unreasonable side, but, like, because I don't think difficulty should be, half the score, but, I would still say that's relatively reasonable compared to, like, a 1.0. And I'd say and regardless, you can review whatever you want. I just kind of wish, especially on the rating score, where it's like a 1 to 10 or 1 to 5, that people would be a little more objective, not to just say, "Oh, I don't like this game, so it's a 1." It's like, yeah, but you don't like this game, but like, what don't you like about the game? Like, what don't you like about the game? What do you like about the game? Are the things that you don't like about the game really that bad? Like, are you honestly saying the things that you don't like about the game ruin the game in and of itself? Like, you like literally no aspects of it, and it's an absolute trash game? Like, usually that's not the case. Usually it's just like, oh, I don't like this game, and I'm gonna rate it a 1 because fuck you guys, type thing. Like, and that's obviously stupid. But anyway, that's enough rant. I was kind of hoping that during this rant my Q would pop, because I've been roll waiting list number 1 for almost the entire time. So for 41, well, I think I noticed it at 4 minutes in, so over 30 minutes. And the average queue time did say more than 30 minutes, so I'm like, okay, sure, right? But like, I was still had some hope that it would what's this thing? I had some hope that it would pop early, like maybe I got a good partner, and like bumped me further in the queue than normal. But yeah, I was kind of hoping. That's making fires. Well, I think I'll teleport back to Solial and start my retainers again. But yeah, like that was just kind of, just kind of hoping my queue would pop. I was pretty pleased, but yeah, it seems like the number itself just must be bugged. It must have been like so high, or just some other reason, but it just for some reason is way lower. Of course, it does suck, because now I can't tell when it's close to popping or not. Oh, there we go. I mean, you could say, oh, it's because I was talking about it, but it's like, yeah, probably not. Shit. I wasn't able to reset my retainers, damn it. Okay, so it wasn't the 80. I was thinking I might have gotten paired with someone who could do. I thought maybe I was number 1 because I was paired with someone who's doing the 85 dungeon, and there's not many people in that middle ground. But like, I guess not. Yeah, they're dumb. Yeah, I saw, like, most of us died is because rather than having them go into one of them, they split between two, so we had two explode instead of just the one. And because two exploded, most of us, a lot of us died at that thing. Now, if either one of the ones that didn't have complete went to the other one, like if all of them from one went to the other, it would have been fine. We would have just had one explosion. Some of us would have survived, or at least more of us would have survived. But yeah. But yeah, it's annoying for these ones because they can actually be punishing. And then, of course, our healers died because they were stupid and went to the wrong side, which is, like, dumb, obviously. Like, no reason to go to the wrong one. How do you not know the mechanics? But, yeah, I have a pretty good memory, so that's why I do pretty well, because I just don't fuck up. How did I hit me? Obviously, can't say that if I fuck up. Although, I don't know, I felt like that ball shouldn't hit me. I think it was the ball. I mean, I don't fuck up mechanics for the most part. Well, at least I remember them. But yeah, it would have been nice if they were not dumb and went to the wrong one. I thought he was talking about, like, first time he saw that mechanic. I'm like, what? Like, how do you not see that mechanic? It's like it's that type of mechanic happens every single time. People saying that they forgot which ones are which. It's like, dude, they literally show you them. It's like, look, here's what the R30s do. Here's what the R10s do. And then look, here's them both together, right? It's just like, sure, there's a bit of time. Like, they show you them individually first, and then, like, a few minutes later, like a minute or two later, they do the combined one. So maybe, I guess, but, like, still, it's like they literally show you them in the fight. fucking kidding me? That is fucking dog shit. Fucking tank LB. I mean, not tank LB, tank buster. Damn it. I thought I was that further out of the way. Thought I was out of the way, but it's not. Okay, so our team didn't even try for this one whatsoever. Awesome. They split up all our attention to fight yellow for no reason other than just one fucking triangle instead of the one that actually is worth more. Okay, so our team just is fucking retarded then. Look at this. Like, we're giving up the other one as well. We're just letting fucking one team just fucking distract us entirely. I think our team's going to lose because, yeah, let's see how far ahead blue is. Why? Because yellow is fucking retarded. Yellow just kept going in on us instead of going after blue. Let blue just do whatever the fuck they wanted. And then our team was so fucking stupid too because we just let blue do everything too. It's like, oh look, here's one. We're just going to go all in on yellow again. It's like, dude, just fucking stop. And let yellow fucking go after. Like, it's because we put ourselves in shit positions that they're coming after us. I mean, it's whatever, right? Like, if we lose, whatever. I get less points. Actually, I think it's still good thing I experienced that. Yeah, so yellow got that. So now blue's going to come over here. Yeah, we were last. We were absolutely sucking dick in that one because we're just too stupid. Like we just kept fucking advancing into yellow for no reason. It's like it's fine to do that. Like every now when there's like no other targets, but like the second targets freed up, we didn't go get them, and then we just let blue go roughshod in the ones that were kind of close between us, while only focusing on yellow. And I mean, they won in the end, so you could argue, oh well, sure, but you needed to. They won, but it's like, but blue almost won, right? Blue was going to crush us both. It was like twice as many points as either one of us, or twice as many points as us. It was just our team was so fucking stupid of just continually going in. It's like, dude, don't go in a little bit, sure, like go in, attack them a little bit, then pull out when a new zone opens up, and stay together. But we just have too many people staying in the thick of things, so it was just fucking dumb. But whatever, right? Okay, so I didn't win. That sucks, but it's whatever. Okay, so I think this is the last one. I think this is the only one I have left to do. So now I don't have to worry too much about the queue, because it's like, it doesn't really matter what the queue is. I will be able to do it regardless. Just running away a little bit. Why would they protect him? It's probably at this dot. We're probably gonna have to go across the lake. It's gonna be somewhere around here. Okay, there we go. I have all the roulettes done. My match is as high as I can get today without actually doing proper grinding. I don't have to worry about it for the rest of the day.
Better late than never. That Marmorja. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters. If I set out now, I can try. Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength.
Oh, is that what's going to be the level 6 or 93 dungeon is going to be rescue?
That's where we go just now. I swear I've seen him with... Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived. I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her! I do trust him, but... I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, My birth parents. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. As this tiny child's new brother, so, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes? Why release the Paniti if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
Man, those things must eat a ton. I didn't think it would actually come up on land to eat. I thought we'd have to like go into the water and like swim underwater to do that.
Thengred. The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
Give it back! Fosuntan poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it!
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Oh, pot calling the kettle black.
'Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Buddha was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about...
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
That one's not to be underestimated.
They can do nothing while we have.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
Aye, thanks to you.
I was thinking that they were going to be a dungeon, like we'd have to go through a gauntlet of his goons before fighting him at the final dungeon. But I guess not.
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
No! I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Do we give chase?
We head back. How much?
Oh wait, what? Oh fuck! I can unlock flying here already. Shit. Oh, whoops! I missed an Aether Current when I was down there. Whatever. I'll just unlock flying real quick once I. See if I can jump off the cliff up north. It might stop me. We'll see. Darn, I can't. So I have to go the long way of starting from here and going across. It's kind of annoying. I should have checked my compass while I was over doing all the shit over there. Wow, 100 in everyone. Oh, so those are the giants? I mean, they're big, but not that much bigger. Like, I was kind of expecting them to be, like, even taller than that. Like, because, like, the Dawn Servant is bigger than, or, yeah, I think it's bigger than them. Like, they're just about the size of Bakul Jaja, too. So it's like, the two-headed Mamulja are about as that big, so... Well, it's not really that giant. I mean, it's not like you really need to flush Bakul Jarag out. He has to come to get the other keystones. So either A, he's going to like try to rob everyone else, so he's never going to go to another Elector again, or B, like you're probably even considered a weak mark. So what he'll probably do is he'll either come to himself, which would be stupid. Like he's already proven he's willing to just steal from people. So what he could do is then do the exact same thing, wait for Lamont to get more, and then steal from her again. Although now that she's wary, she would be likely to fall for it again. But then again, he also might be just arrogant and think he can still do it anyway. Okay, so it must be down in that little corner area then. So I guess we're gonna do the trial first, then, or the dungeon. Can they just keep casting ice on it and like keep it frozen? Ah, shit, I shouldn't have dropped down. Damn it. Whatever, I'll pick up that later. Yeah, I've been, yeah, yesterday was 13 hours. Because typically, well, because like usually there's not like much for me to do. Like, and for me, for Genshin, I pop in to do my like dailies and do my walk, and then sometimes I put in a few hours, like if there's a new event. Um, but this is the new expansion for Final Fantasy 14, and we're in our 13-day early access. So I just kind of want to get through the story quickly because I'm just really interested in it. And then I've also been like wasting time going into queues as the one of the two new classes to level it up, which has been a lot of fun. So yeah, I'll probably be on for another few hours too because I'm just gonna keep on playing. And it's not like other games too. Like I mean, because like it's uh it's like I mean, action combat in general is like can be wearing on you. This is not really as much action combat, and then of course because it's the expansion story, like the story is pretty long, and there's a lot of time in between the dungeons you have to do because you do have a dungeon every odd level, so it's 91, 93, 95, 97, 99, and then a final dungeon at 100. So it's like and then but there's like quests and shit as it's like slowly leveling you up as you progress through and do the quests. So it'll take a while. So it keeps it pretty like it keeps the pace relatively well. So it's not like you get burnt out or anything. And I've been playing this game forever, so I know it really well. So I don't get like super stressed out doing it. It's not taxing for me. Oh, thanks. Thanks for stopping by. Always nice chatting with new people. Well, not really new people, but like it's always nice chatting with new people who have just joined and chatting with people in general. I've been playing for a while, so it breaks up the tedium, but it's always nice to chat. I'll also be playing this tomorrow too, so if you want to pop on by, you can do so. And have a nice night. Thanks, I shall. Ah, thanks. I mean, no worries. If you can make it, you can make it. Like, Do whatever you feel like. But I'll be here. Yeah. Have a nice night. Okay. Oh, that's probably going to be a dungeon then. That's the level 93 dungeon. That's pretty cool. It's like lava. Maybe this is the dungeon. There's a door. Well, let me get the wind current first, then I'll come back here. Oh, is it gonna be some sort of like trial, like the
That is one tall mountain.
like the Stormblood level 75 dungeon, where we got the Yol? Maybe it'll be something like that.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue.
Though you are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliyola loses a potential.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
Was he being honest? I thought he was like just. I thought this is fake. I thought this was like him pretending to be like a war thing. We have to like convince him, or maybe fight him in a sort of challenge or something.
We do not grovel before Gulul, Jar Jar, like those shameless lapdogs. Brethren and I are conquerors.
The Giants have their own factions too.
You think your kin
They don't even
weak for
seem
showing
that big,
deference
so
to
I
my
don't know. See how
father,
they could have
but
dominated
do not
everybody.
Follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. And our ascension begins with the death of
I think this is an act. I don't think he actually means this, because like Then what happened to the other? What happened to everybody else? Right? Like what happened to the other people who got here
don't want to
first?
fight you.
Because we were at the last. I think the first and second promise are already here. So I don't think. I think this is fake.
Opportunistic vermin. Seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right.
How are we gonna like smack it away? And now we have to go up the dungeon essentially to fight it. So now we have to go beat it as part of the dungeon, as part of our feat or something.
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends.
Oh, so maybe he wasn't faking it. I thought he was doing this as part of
He'll live.
An act.
Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
It's like what happened to the first two people. Like I thought he was like coming here to bluster and stuff.
If you could stay and
present
tend
us
to
a
him,
trial.
the rest of us will continue on to Woko Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of.
Then we climb. Grufurlor is waiting.
Yeah, so we're going to the top of the mountain, but why were we doing this again? Like, we told that we had, like, yeah, we saw the history of the people, but why are we going to the top of the mountain? I forgot. Well, whatever. Who cares why? Let's just do it. Oh, it's not instant. I thought it would. I mean, it's a queue less than 5 minutes, but still, I thought it would pop instantly. Might as well see if I can get to that Aether Current quickly before I queue pops. Realistically, I should probably just be DPS to do it, because my queue will probably pop before I can get to the Aether Current. Just gotta go this way. Because it says less than 5 minutes, but it's probably going to be like much less than 5 minutes. It'll probably be in like a minute. The fact that it's even taking this long is a little surprising. Okay. I don't know about Aether Compass on this character, so I'll guess. Considering where I was looking, it should be around here. If I can get it. And our DPS absolutely blows. That took way too long. Why the hell did the summoner cast do a swift cast? Yeah, that was dumb of me. I just wonder if that one was safe, but I guess. pretty bad at grouping these. He should have pulled them further. The fact that he's completely surrounded with him at the center is bad. You're a bad tank if you do that. Because that's happened. Because everyone has to get in the center like that, and they're all aiming through the center, where everyone has to be to AoE them down. Whereas if you had pulled them through yourself and had gone beyond, they would all be pointing it towards you, which would be out of everyone's way. So you're just a shitty tank if you don't understand that most basic of positioning, tank positioning. Oh wow, this is pretty. Oh, I see. So this is from the trailer too. That's from the benchmark. I mean, this is why people don't want to go with other people, because it's like, great, awesome, so you queue for a dungeon, whereas a tank and healer, we almost have an insta-queue. So you queue for a dungeon, and then you take a break in the middle of it. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, could you stop wasting our fucking time, please? Like, this is why people don't want to do it with other people, because other people will fuck you over. Like, the only benefit of doing it with actual people is, one, if you die, the game continues, right? In Trust, if you're the one who dies, then you have to restart. It's essentially a wipe. So the fact that if you're not really that good, having other people can essentially carry you, right? Yeah, he fucked up again. What he should have done, since the those plant things are not gonna do attack from range, he should have ran past them again to gather. Actually, I guess he did briefly to avoid an AOE, but then was back in the wrong spot again. I don't get how he's that low on health as a warrior. Like, I don't know if these things are hitting really hard or if they're really bad at their job. Is that the lim? No, it can't be the limiter. Oh no. Okay. So it is that guy. Okay. So I guess this was always the thing.
I am Pur-Furur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
For some reason, I thought like he was dead. Like we were going to, and he was dead, and that's why I went to that steel, or that grave, essentially.
You are worthy to rule. Chronicles of Ed. Return the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of Eld. Recount the fury of erupting beaks. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! that you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Hell record the cruelty of merciless storms.
Man, that Reaper was absolutely terrible. Like, he died, what, 3 times in that fucker? Or actually, he died at least twice in that thing. For the same mechanic, too. It's like, it's a knockback. Just don't get knocked back from the tornadoes. How are you dying? Like, how are you... What? Reaper and the Warrior both actually kind of sucked. I really want to give either one of them a commendation because they both blew. I mean, the Warrior, I don't know. It felt like he shouldn't have taken that much damage because he's a Warrior. Maybe it's just the dungeon mobs hit harder. I'm not sure. Like, obviously, I haven't tanked, so I'm not sure. And the Reaper is absolutely terrible. And the fact, I mean, it's mainly I don't want to call him the Warrior because he made us pause briefly. It's like, why? Like, so like it took 25 minutes. 25 minutes. I mean, if I did it with Trust, I might have been able to do it faster. It'd be about the same as Trust, which is like, okay. But then I did die in that first one because I was stupid, so that would have been a wipe and we'd have had to do it again, so probably would have ended up being about the same. But, oh wait, can I talk to this guy? No, I cannot. Okay, there we go.
Very Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by this...
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition? The one recorded in your murals?
Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was going to say, like, they aren't that big. Like, sure, they're like 2.5 our size. And obviously thicker, right? But like when I was standing up to them, I'm getting about like waist height, so they're at least twice my size, maybe 2x, 2.5x bigger. Which of course, like, sure they're big, but like there are humans that no, there aren't really humans that are 2.5 times our size. But like when I think giant, I think like 3 times our size at the very minimum. Something 15 to 20 feet tall, and those I don't think they were. I mean, maybe they're close enough. But yeah, so like if they were all his size, then yeah, sure, I could definitely see how they could have conquered everything. It's actually really interesting that they got afflicted with a disease that basically acted in such a weird way. I mean, I've been watching Josh Hayes play Mass Effect. It reminds me of the genophage that the Krogans were afflicted with. Kind of reminds me a little bit of that.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
That's very interesting.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes. Help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Is that a potion, or do you just like drink a shot or something? Well, it's relatively balanced. You got a healer, tank, and DPS. They could do it. Essentially, we did it with only 4. Hell, we did it with one of our DPS down as well, so dying all the time.
Well fought second promise. For you and your sister's success.
Wait, what about Zoraal? He was way before us, or did he already beat this dude? Like, how the hell did he hold that? Like it's already small between her fingers. Like, this dude is like 5 times her size. Something like that would be like even smaller than his like fingernail. So it's crazy that he'd be able to like store that somewhere. Well, I mean, and be able to pick it up and give it to anybody with any sort of precision. Like, imagine how hard it'd be like to grab that. It's like, you know, trying to grab a grain of sand. It's like, yeah, it's so small.
It would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
This is what I find a little weird, though. His disdain for the right. But it's like, this is literally the first time this has ever happened. Like, there is no tradition. Like, because essentially, like what we typically do, like the idea of, disdain for the right. Well, yeah, because you're doing a call to tradition, right? You're saying, yes, this is an ancient tradition that we have. It's an ancient tradition. But, like, no, this isn't an ancient tradition. This is literally the first time we've ever done anything like this. So it's not really, like, disdain, because, like, and there were no rules. Like, I mean, technically there were rules, right? Like you can't attack, or you can't fight or steal from the selectors, or else you just get disqualified. You know, that type of shit. So there are some rules which were kind of mentioned, but like, again, like, while I don't like Bakul Jaja, like, technically he's correct in the sense that, yes, technically they've not been told that it's against the rules to do the things that they're doing, right? There's no rules that say the competitors can't fight against each other, right? So, you know, it's disdain for the right, but it's like, and I do get it, right? It obviously violates the spirit of the right. The spirit of the right is to collect, you know, each person uses their own, you know, uses themselves and their allies to get the 7 things and unlock it, you know, thus proving themselves worthy to rule, right? So I do get it. It's not in the spirit of the right to then just steal from other people. I get it, but like, it's also not against the rules either.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest.
This is a little
On a
bitch.
similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yoqui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
I mean, yeah, look at all those graves around them. I assume the big one must be like for their kings or something.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valley Armanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains
wait,
why there are so many.
Did he already beat this? Did he go for a walk after this? Because, like, we saw him jump up the thing ahead of us, so we would assume he would have gotten there first.
Zoralja, I should have known.
Oh, okay, so he did arrive there first, and then just kind of went around, wandered around a little bit.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zoralja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
That's kind of a dick move, really, to rub that in, like...
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Well, yeah, because it's something you create while you live, so people will remember you.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarbanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenrun? The Laminton explorer? Does this mean he joined Gulul Jaja on his travels?
Hello there. How's it going?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
Is that his mother or something, or grandmother?
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed
I'm doing good.
demanded
Enjoying the new expansion. Having started to decide, I leveled up Epictomancer first, so I've been enjoying the new class. I have Viper to level up as well, but so far I've just been keeping it simple, not grinding out the levels, but just doing one of the roulettes for the bonus experience for each day, which is all I really need to do. Epictomancer is a lot of fun, interesting animations, fun playstyle. And then the story has been pretty interesting too.
Master of resolve and reason? Champion of peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
I mean, I would definitely recommend it, simply because I would say that Final Fantasy XIV has, like, the best playable demo any game has ever had. It's the Final Fantasy XIV free trial. Essentially, you can play the base game and the first 2 expansions of the game for free, without paying a single cent, for unlimited amount of time. And you only start paying money when you want to get beyond that first base game and the 2 expansions. And relatively speaking, I think there's like 4 expansions. Wait, so it's Heaven's Sword, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker. So there's 5 expansions. So there's the base game and 5 expansions. And so you can essentially pay the base game and 2 expansions, which is, essentially half of the game. You're just missing the Stormblood, 3/4 of the game. You're missing the Stormblood, you get Stormblood. You're missing Shadowbringers, Endwalker, so the last 3 expansions, So you can play essentially the first half of the game. And that's like hundreds of hours of like shit to do, right? So you can do all that for free, and for as long as you want. Like, there are people who are just like, I'm never going to pay for this, or like maybe they might at some point, but like have like gone out of their way to put like hundreds, thousands of hours into the game all just on the free trial. Now, obviously, like, that's kind of rare. Most people will just like buy the expansion. I think probably just Google it, but let me see if I can find the link for it. Oh, that's super simple. It's just freetrial.finalfantasyxiv.com. Nah, no worries. I didn't know if there was I wasn't sure if there's an obvious thing for it, but there is. Didn't know if there was I wasn't sure. There you go. That link. So, like, right now, with this latest expansion, the level cap goes up to 100, but with the free trial allows the base game gets you to 50, then the next 2 expansions get you to 60 and 70. So you can get up to level 70. You can get all like the classes that are available as part of that. So like the base game comes with 10 classes, 10 jobs. Heaven's Sword introduced 3, then Stormblood introduced 2 more. So you have 15 jobs to pick from. It's one of those games that are you pick your one character and then you can just do everything on that one character. So it's not like other games where it's like, oh, okay, you want to be this class? Okay, you have to create a character for that class. Okay, you want to play another class? Okay, well, now you have to create another character and like go through the story again. It's like, no, you can just pick one character you really like, and then if you feel like trying another job, you can just do another job. So it's pretty cool. A lot of shit to do. The hardest thing you'll have to do is just create this Square Enix account, because you need a Square Enix account to log into the game. But then, you just use your free trial. I would just be wary. The only thing is, the free trial is free up until you purchase it at all. So, like, if you're liking the game, I would say make sure you do everything first before you buy anything. So don't buy a subscription, don't buy the next expansion until you're like right at the cusp, right, where you're right, like, okay, I've beaten Stormblood, I've done all the cool shit in Stormblood, I've done all the things I wanted to do in Heaven's Sword and the base game. Then then you can buy the subscription, or if you like it, obviously, or the expansion. Because the second you pay money for it, I see. Yeah, the second you pay money for it, though, you can't like go back to the free trial. So it's like if you like the base game at level 50 and you're like, oh, I'll just buy the next expansion. I'll just buy the expansion. Then all of a sudden now you have to pay a subscription. So that's the cool thing about the free trial is that you don't have to do it until you spend money. So just don't spend money on it, which is, obviously not a hard thing to do. Just not spend money. Yeah, sure. Easy. But yeah, there's a lot of shit to do. Like there's, it depends on how like grindy you like shit. So obviously, if you just only care about the story, which the story of the game is very good. It is a known good story, and lots of people love the story of the game. If you're just focusing on that and that alone, it's easily like 100 hours of gameplay just for doing that. Because it's like, yeah, there's all the quests to get up to level 50, you're learning your class. Each, especially in the early game, each job had its own job quests. And each of the job quests had like a little bit of a story to it. Nowadays, because we've gotten so many jobs, they're rather than doing individual job quests, they're just doing like role quests. So it's like all tanks get a quest line for each new expansion. But like the first 3 expansions had unique job quests. So every single job had its own little like story beat. Which yeah, it's pretty cool. So a lot of cool shit in that. So if you like story stuff, then yeah, the game's pretty good. In fact, you can do it forever and don't have to worry. Like no subscription whatsoever. You can just pop on, play a little bit, pop off. It's also pretty cool because it also has the they've been making it better and better. So like you log into a server, and so the cool thing is that like if you like join my server as an example, like I'm playing on the PlayStation 5 right now. So unlike other MMOs, like I know Elder Scrolls is like this, is that if you play on console and Elder Scrolls, you can only play with other console players, and PC players can only play with PC players. But this game is like, no, you're creating your character on a server. That is your home world, and everyone who plays on that, like any console, PC, whatever, can all play on the same server, so they can all play together. And they've just improved interworld travel. So like they've been slowly introducing the ability. So before you live on a data center, so you're living a data center, and now then they introduce the ability to transfer to other worlds within the same data center. Yeah, it's on PC. It's on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. You can get it on Steam too, but it has its own launcher, so you don't really need to use Steam for it. And the only caveat is you have to be careful, because I think if you accidentally purchase the game or the expansion, I see. It should work. Then probably, or I don't know if Steam probably works on Mac, but yeah, it should work. I think you should be able to just download it works on. Yeah, I know it's kind of weird. I haven't heard anyone complain about it ever, so I assume it's good. Because I would assume if it didn't work on Mac, then someone would have complained. Someone would have made mention of it at some point. And I've never heard of it, but I'm also not paying it. I'm not looking for it, but I assume it does work, because they have been getting pretty exclusive, like inclusive. I mean, they just recently added it to Xbox. I think they're adding cloud servers too. I see. That's why it's probably better to just download the free trial launcher directly, not through Steam, just in case. But I think that website should have had a download link where you get an exe file to install it. Maybe in Mog Station I've seen it. Oh, okay. Well, it was nice chatting with you. If you ever are playing the game, I'm in Mateus, which is in the Crystal Data Center. So if you're going to create a character, I would recommend doing it on either Aether Primal, or in the North America Data Center. So if you're in the Americas, you can create a character in the North American Data Center, and you can do it on any one of Crystal, Aether, I'm on Crystal, but Aether, Primal, and Dynamis are all on the same data center. And so if you're on any one of those data centers, then we can actually see each other. You could travel to Mateus and say hi. It's obviously easier if you're on Crystal. If you're on Crystal, then all you gotta do is just go to the teleporter, and you can actually just bounce between worlds within game. If you're on a different data center, you can still do it, but you have to log out of the game, use the menu option to transfer to another data center, and then travel. So I would recommend Crystal. Crystal's a great data center. Has some cool people. But it doesn't really matter, because like there is data center travel, so if you pick any one of those 4 data centers, you can just hang out with everybody and say hi, and I can help you. But anyway, it's a fun game. I would definitely recommend it. It's good because it's free, and you can play unlimited amount of time. So you can just pop in, play an hour now, play. You can play like an hour a month for the rest of your life if you wanted.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking.
So is Bakul Jaja gonna like free? Is that what he's gonna do? Is Bakul Jaja gonna free the Valigarmanda? Or is he gonna like, or does he think he's so strong that he can beat it himself, so he's gonna free it so he can beat it, but then get his ass handed to him? I really hope we don't have a redemption arc for Bakul Jaja. I kind of want him just to be an asshole and then die. Like, I just want him to be a dick. I don't want him to be a jerk. I don't want him to die because of it. Just so we can have some. Like, I'm fine with Zorulja, like, having a redemption arc. Because he's not, like, super bad. He's just kind of, like, not even misguided. Like, his way technically would work. But it is kind of a little ruthless. But, like, Bakul Jaja is just an asshole. And he should just die. To let everyone know, yeah, he's gonna die. He's a dick, so he died.
And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the head of reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Maybe her heart, her compassion. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah.
Of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built. What in the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
I see. Did Bakul Jaja do it?
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
I don't know. I don't think he would do that, though. Like, he definitely defends his people, so it seems like he would be the type of person who would be like, oh, okay, well, my father did this, so I'm going to do it too. I really like my asylum one. I think I'll keep that, but I don't know. I don't think I want this anymore. Like, it's kind of funny, but not funny enough to be over and over and over again. I'll just hide it for now. I need to find something funnier than that. That's better for Sacred Soil. That was it. Did I still use that? I remember. Oh, I guess. Oh, I see. I forgot I don't have my... Oh, fuck! I thought this would happen. I thought exiting the dungeon would pop me out here. That's why I was thinking, oh, I'll quickly rush, get the thing, and it'll teleport me back, but... I'll just go get that first, because I don't want it... Because I want my filling as soon as possible, and this is out of the way. No battle music. Or no suspense music. Or is it going to be the second I leave? No, okay, so it's just probably in that area. Hell, I might have actually even interrupted the suspense music just because I left. What an interesting monster they made. Okay, there's my last overworld one of this area. Oh wait, I'm missing one? Shit. Thought I got them all. Oops. I didn't realize I had one more. Shit, yeah, I was here for the quest and I forgot to check my compass, so there was apparently an aether current I didn't get while I was over here. Oh, wow, in plain sight too, I feel stupid. Yeah, because I was like down there to do the quest, and then I went and collected the leaves, so it was right here. That's the thing is, I just got to get in the better habit of checking my compass. It's just I'm not used to it because it's been a while since I've had a. Actually, wait, I'm just gonna teleport to this. Down that way? Actually, there's no real need. Once I have flying, I can fly, and I can fly as a class that can actually use the experience. Except for this one, I think I'm already 3 million experience above what I need to be. And it'll just keep going up because I'll get some bits and pieces discovering new locations just doing the quest. Okay, yeah, suspense. So the suspense music are just located in this area. This just looks funny. I think it's funny looking at Tweedle around. Hello there. How's it going? And feeling better? As you might be able to take from the suspenseful music, it's getting we're ramping up for a big boss fight. Oh. In which one, Genshin or Honkai? Genshin's actually relatively doable because you can, if you haven't explored enough, you can explore to the point of getting a 10-pull. Honkai is a lot harder because there's not, they don't have as many. There's not as many chests, so most of the free shit you get is from most of the gems you get are from events. But they had a lot of new events and stuff. I did the that new one. Oh, cool. They had that new event. The new mode, not the Divergent Universe one, but the other one, where you fought Crocolia and the red-haired dude, whatever his name was, the Beauty Knight. What was his name? Did it begin with an A? Maybe. Anyway, yeah, those two. I did that, so I was able to get all the rewards for that. I did Divergent Universe. Divergent Universe is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I like how much easier it is to farm relics. So you just gotta do the weekly thing once, and then you can just blast through all your tokens and just do the boss fight for each of the for whatever relic you need. So you can just do it so much quicker. You don't have to go through the entire simulated universe. You can just be like, nah, fuck it. I'll fight the boss, get one token at a time, and just blast through it in 20 minutes to get all 8 tokens down. Well, have fun with that. I mean, the story was okay. It's definitely seems to be ramping up. It's definitely no like 2.2. It's definitely if you can definitely feel they're prepping from something. So, oh, it's only 11. Yeah. It's already 8 o'clock. Shit. Yeah. Well, the expansion just came out. Oh, I see. Yeah, that gives you. The character quests are good. Did we get a new one, or we get Firefly's one? I don't think I did Firefly's one yet. I don't think I picked it up either. Shoot, did I miss something? I have to look for. Firefly should have had a character quest, I think. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you get some free shit for that. That's always nice. Extra jades. Oh, I didn't realize it was 8 o'clock already. Goddamn. Time flies when you're having fun. I mean, his prison should be broken because that's how he got free. You can't get out of a prison unless you broke it. Unless you've broken it.
What happened?
Oh, wow. It's weird they melted that icy prison without a drop of water anywhere around. Or even remnants of ice. It had to be a huge explosion. Of fire or something.
Tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Oh, I was right then. I was gonna say, did Bakul Jaja free it? It's been a while since we used our Echo Powers. I forgot about it. So Bakul, what did he do this intentionally being a dick, or did he do this because he thought he could beat it and therefore?
Who enters this hallowed
Was he too cocky? Was he like, oh, I think I can beat it, so I'm gonna beat it, and that's why he freed it, and then got his ass handed to him, or did he just do it to be a dick and unleash the scourge?
Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memory.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and a awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul.
The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarbanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
That idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the Vidrot to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valyarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle. Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Vali Carmanta, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Belo Belo of the danger. They may need to flee to...
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Vorkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yok'hoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Vorkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop! That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents, Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valikarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lara Dor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead. A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is... Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyollal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.